Smitty, all those guys that played in the game. But I've been playing football since I was 7, 8 years old. Obviously it's on a bigger stage and, it's more eyes, but it's still set hut and you got to go run the ball.
Saquon, baby. No. I've never been in that situation. Orlando, you've been in that situation, playing for the Denver Broncos. He can say whatever he wants. It is not just football on Sunday when the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs get together.
Yeah, I was sitting here and I'm smiling listening to the soundbite because, that's the approach that you want to take, and that's the approach that coaches have been saying for the last week and a half, right? You still got to put your foot in one leg at a time, and it's something you've been doing since the beginning of times back in Little League, right? And I do it all again. Man, then you get there and you do that nice little warm up. I'm gonna tell you when it gets real, Freddie, right?
Okay.
When it gets different.
All right.
So you go out there and it's everything that's happening this week. It's a little bit different, right? And you're with your team and the family now shows up. But from a football player standpoint, after you go out there and you warm up, and they say, okay, you know what? Let's clear the field. And when you start clearing the field, and you realize that they're a little different. You come in that locker room, and that's when they're doing all the law and people are parachuting out the airplanes and stuff like that. That's what the fans are feeling. But as a player, you're in that locker room. It's the exact same, right? It's what you've done all your life. But then you get introduced, and when you get introduced, it's different. It is the cameras, the flashing of the pictures being taken. And then for me, when it kind of really hit me a lot, and I hope these coaches are preparing their players for this. You're used to kind of going in and warming up, coming out, and they sing they do the coin toss, sing the national anthem, and you go. In the Super Bowl, you come out, they sing the national anthem, and now your emotions, and you're so amped up and you're ready to go because your whole entire life you've been conditioned to, go after that moment.
Right.
And now they got to sing like 2 other songs, right? At the Super Bowl. So, you got to control your emotions in that moment.
Wow.
And then that kickoff happens, and man, I don't even know what do they call it exactly? That opening kickoff for the Super Bowl.
I'm sure it's sponsored by somebody with a lot of money.
Yeah, but I mean, it's 80,000 cameras was flashing. The whole stadium lights up in that moment. So everything feels different from the moment you start warming up and getting ready for this game. So, but I hope Saquon can approach it like that, and I hope that once it's all said and done, that's still the approach. But for me, it was a little bit different, and I try to have that approach as well.
Right, no doubt about it. Orlando Franklin, Freddie Coleman together part of Playoff Preview, the pros and ESPN Radio, presented by GNC. At GNC, nutrition is not a department; it's the whole freaking store. You got goals, GNC has results, and I love. You're bringing us onto the football field in that moment, because it's one thing for us as fans to see it from one side, but I couldn't even imagine that kind of emotion. And oh, by the way, you're trying to do something and keep somebody from doing something, when it comes to Kansas City going for history. That's why I thought it was very interesting that Drew Brees, former New Orleans Saints quarterback, in the Pat McAfee show said, all that pomp and circumstance is great, but if you're the Eagles, you better be in this kind of mode if you're going to take down Kansas City.
What if the Eagles lose this? 2 out of 3 years they've come to the Super Bowl and they've lost this game, right? How are we ever going to get past the Chiefs, right? Like, if we want to accomplish what we want, how are we? So, to me, if you said who has the most to lose, I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
So, in that conversation of the most desperate team usually wins.
See, I'm glad he said that, because Saquon was trying to diffuse that by saying it's just football on Sunday. You brought to the table that all the pomp and circumstance, that it's going to affect you. And oh, by the way, playing in that city for that organization, the year that you've had, that people believe that if you can't be stopped, Philadelphia is going to win. I understand why Saquon tried to slow play it, but there's no way that he could not say to himself, yeah, but that desperation has to be that we got to play like that football team with all this stuff going around us.
Yeah, if you're Saquon Barkley, you're the savior. You're the answer to that city's prayers, to that organization,
right,
to that team. They were there 2 years ago, right? So you start looking at this thing, and everything's kind of been revolved around you. and everything that's happened this year, from earlier in the season having an opportunity to break your single game rushing record to taking a back seat, saying the Young Bucks let those guys roll in that moment, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you've just been building up more and more equity with this city, with this fan base, and them watching now what you do to Washington in championship weekend, the first touch, they're saying that you're the X factor. I would hate. I know they say pressure bust pipes and all these different things.
Right.
I'm just telling you, Freddie, that's a lot. There's a reason why I love playing offensive line, because you only know my name if I did something bad, right? So I'm trying to make sure that you don't hear my name being called. But this game, like, the pressure that for Saquon and what this game means, he might not. I don't know if it has hit him really yet, but I'm sure that fan base has let him know how much they appreciate him. But he has to go out there and he has to be the X factor.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for the last 2 weeks. If I'm Philadelphia, I have to go into this game with the mindset that I'm going to make Saquon Barkley the Super Bowl MVP.
Okay.
And if you do that, you win the Super Bowl. It cannot be the other way around, where you say Jalen Hurts is going to be the MVP of this game.
It's amazing, because when the quarterback role, and what you said is really, really important, that if Saquon Barkley plays extremely well, he helps out his quarterback, he helps out his defense. If he doesn't play well, it puts a lot more stress on his quarterback and his defense with those dudes on the other side known as the Kansas City Chiefs. It's going to be very, very fascinating how Saquon Barkley says it's just football on Sunday, but he better realize it's a lot more than that. Here's Orlando Franklin and Freddie Coleman on Player Preview with the Pros, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You can save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. How do you do that? By visiting Progressive.com. We know how much the EAGLES fan base loves their Philadelphia football team. So who played for that team will tell you exactly how that passion may carry the Eagles to a win. That's next on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is ESPN Radio.
Right in Dallas.
So I'm driving a lot more. Man, I don't miss a day without listening to ESPN Radio.
On your radio, your computer, your smart speaker, or on the ESPN app.
Even if I'm not in the car, I got a little mini Bluetooth speaker. I'm still turning it on.
We're everywhere you are. This is ESPN Radio.
If you're looking for $500,000 to $1 million or more of affordable term life insurance, we're Term Provider, experts in finding affordable term life insurance for those that may not be in perfect health. Prostate cancer, heart conditions, high cholesterol, or on prescription medications, you may still qualify for $500,000 to $1 million or more of affordable term life insurance. Call Term Provider at 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss
that game? Come on.
I think he would have tried to find a way to defend his team.
Of course. And I don't do that, but yet I'm the Glazer. I'm the Jay Glazer. 888-808-1019. We got time for one more. We got a break here, Paulie. All right. When we come back, your calls continue. Connor Green will join us on the other side. Good job by Paulie Rosenberg today. We will talk more Eli Hall of Fame. Plus, I want to get into some Super Bowl stuff as well. It is Super Bowl Eve. Anything on your mind about the big game? Hey, look, tonight's the night. Tonight's the chance to break it all down. Bet stuff, all of that on the phones. 888-808-1019. Plus, Knicks and Celtics still ahead tonight. Big night at the Garden. It's Sean Morash on the Fan.
Basketball fans, this is your shot at the ultimate experience. Sending you and 3 friends on a slam dunk in Vegas. Stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. Score $20,000 in spending cash to live it up during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament. Entering is easy. Just log in to the free Odyssey app or Odyssey.com and listen to the Fan for an hour every day. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Oh, our attic is dusty.
Sweetie, it's our Zen den now.
Okay, let's chant. Yeah.
Oh,
man, how did he miss that kick?
Okay, how long have you been watching the game?
Only since kickoff, so not that long if you think about it.
AT&T Fiber with All-Fi covers your whole house, even from your attic Zenden. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi and live like a gagillionaire.
Limited availability. Coverage may require AT&T Wi-Fi extenders at additional charge.
I'm not happy with the way PG&E handled the wildfires.
PG&E asked customers about their biggest concerns so we could address them one by one.
I totally understand.
Teresa, Regional Vice President, PG&E.
We're adding a ton of sensors. As soon as something comes in contact with the power line, it'll turn off so that there's not a risk that's going to start a fire.
That's something I want to believe.
PG&E's safety work reduced wildfire risk by 90%. Hear what other customers have to say and what PG&E is doing about it at pge.com/open-lines.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Bella's Dog Walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees at your local San Francisco Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
1, 2, 3, 4.
With TechCU, I'm focused on making the right moves at the right time.
I'm focused on leaving my comfort zone.
Here comes the Sharks. The Sharks shoot. It's a goal.
I'm focused on scoring with my team.
TechCU is on your team with excellent customer service, top rates, and banking options designed with the personal touch of a credit union. TechCU, focused on you.
Hey, football fans, it's Andrew Filipponi, host of the First and Pod podcast. Join me and my co-host, 3-time All-Pro Patrick Peterson, as we break down every game every week. New episodes drop on Monday and Friday mornings. Be sure to subscribe on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." You could call them scent maracas, but most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Whether you're on the water, hitting the trails, or soaking up the sun, Shade and Precision Eyewear provides superior protection and clarity, since life's too short to compromise on quality. Visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use code PLAY20 to get 20% off your purchase.
If you are looking to train for a career that makes a difference, then look to Carrington College. For over 50 years, Carrington College has been preparing students to make a difference with our healthcare-related programs, which means you'll get the right hands-on training and experience to prepare you for a job you can be proud of. With multiple campuses and classes taught by professionals in the field, you'll graduate with the confidence to step right into a career that changes lives, and do it all faster and more affordably than you think. Go to carrington.edu or tap the banner to learn more. Visit carrington.edu/SCI for important information on program outcomes.
WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 6 o'clock. This is Erica Herskowitz. First up at the Garden tonight, the Knicks tip off against the Celtics. A couple of top teams in the Eastern Conference going at it. The Knicks looking for a third straight win coming off the Tuesday's 6-point victory in Toronto. While Boston will look to bounce back from a 7-point home loss to Dallas. And the Nets are off. Ben Simmons reportedly, though, set to sign with the Clippers after agreeing to a contract buyout with the Nets, which officially makes him a free agent. All three hockey locals in action. One game in the books. The Devils blanked the Canadiens today 4-0 on goals from Jesper Bratt, Paul Cotter, Jack Hughes, and Luke Hughes. Jake Allen turned aside all 34 shots he faced. Tonight, the Islanders skate against the Wild in Minnesota. The Rangers visit the Blue Jackets. The latest on Igor Shesterkin. He's out at least 1 to 2 weeks with an upper body injury. Local college basketball, Georgetown blew out Seton Hall 60-46. And with sports flashes at the top of the hour, I'm Erica Herskowitz.
Your official home to talk New York Giants. Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
On the phones, 888-808-1019. It is Super Bowl Eve. We are 24 and a half hours away from kickoff. We're probably 4 hours away from the Fox pregame show starting. Always a fun day. So first hour of the show, we did a lot on basically the Saquon signing for the Eagles, meaning absolutely nothing if they lose this game. I don't care about 2,000 yards, backwards hurdles. You don't win the Super Bowl. Guess what? You got there 2 years ago and lost by 3 points, by the way. So you get Saquon Barkley as a finishing piece. This is our last stand, Giants fans, to kind of save a little face here. Eagles lose. Guess what? You lost without Saquon 2 years ago. So what the hell did it matter? Okay, that's where we're at. That 888-808-1019. A lot of call on the Eli Manning Hall of Fame stuff we've gotten into. We'll continue to take your calls on all of that. And I urge you, look, all week we've done stuff, whether it's Pete Alonso, NBA trade deadline. We've done a lot of the Super Bowl, but a lot of the Eli Manning Hall of Fame stuff. So all of that is fine to talk about. But if you have legitimate, want to break down the game, questions, matchups, old school X's and O's stuff, questions on bets, I'm your guy. Next 2 hours. Let's go. Super Bowl questions. 888-808-1019. Any and all, the forum is yours. Now, I've heard this, and it struck me yesterday on my way in. Sal and BT were talking about it. And this used to be a Mike Francesa thing. And I think Sal leaned into this heavy. And it's something I couldn't disagree with more. The idea that Championship Sunday is the last true good football day of the year, and that, the Super Bowl is about everything but the football. I hate that take. I despise that take, and I love Sal. I grew up on Francesa, and I used to think it when he said it. Here's the deal, man. Look, yes, is there a lot of extra stuff, whether it's the halftime show, the commercials, all of it? Yeah, it's a money-making event, like anything in this world. It's a money-making event. By the way, I don't mind the halftime show stuff. I get into it. I don't mind laughing a little during a commercial if it's a funny commercial, and I don't mind that. But for me, when I sit down and watch the Super Bowl tomorrow, I am there to watch a football team be crowned a champion. I am there to watch the conclusion of another up and down, fun at times season of the NFL. I am there because it's not a best-of-7 series like the other sports for a one-game, winner-take-all championship game. And the idea that any football fan, any red-blooded American could go into tomorrow and go, the Super Bowl's here, I really wish this was Championship Sunday instead, is preposterous to me. Look, if you don't like everything else that comes around with the Super Bowl, you don't have to partake. You can get up and use the bathroom during any commercial break. You don't have to watch a single commercial tomorrow. You can get up. That's when you change out your snacks, your food. You don't have to do that. Halftime? Go outside, light a cigar, have a drink. You don't have to sit there and watch Kendrick Lamar tomorrow. How do you watch football all season? Why do you change that? Why do we change that for the Super Bowl? Nobody's telling you have to do that. Tomorrow I will watch the Super Bowl at my home, okay? And since I bought my house a few years ago, we have hosted the Super Bowl, but I never call it a Super Bowl party, nor is it treated as such. I watched the Super Bowl with my two brother-in-laws, my father, my two sisters, and guess what? Those are the people I watch football with weeks 1 through 18. So we know the deal. We place our bets, we eat our snacks, we have our beers, we watch the game for what the game is. And at no point does anybody leave my home going, oh, that happened during the game, I missed that. I was talking to Aunt Louise about a casserole recipe she had. Why are you putting yourself in those situations? My wife doesn't watch football all year long, okay? Once she married me, she was out. She used to go to Giant games with me or whatever. She's not into it. I can guarantee you tomorrow that we will have everybody over that usually watches football. My wife will come downstairs and check in from time to time. She will watch at least 5 episodes. She's binging Desperate Housewives right now instead of watching the Super Bowl. So for anybody going, well, now my wife's into it, we got to go with her friends. No, you don't. No, you don't. You should watch the Super Bowl the same way you watch football all year long. And if that's by yourself, then be by yourself. Then don't complain that you wish it was like Championship Sunday. You're making the Super Bowl and the feels of watching that game something that they shouldn't have to be in or not. It is the championship of a sport you make a routine of every single Sunday. So when I hear Sal say that and I hear Francis say that, I just can't help but question these guys. Why are you watching football any differently than you normally do? Why? Who's telling you to do that? Who's telling you to do that? There's no reason you should miss a snap of this game tomorrow because, again, you got to get up and make sure there's more guacamole for Beth or Todd, who watched his first football game of the year because he had to come over. Get lost with that. Yes, millions and millions and millions of Americans who never watch football will watch the Super Bowl tomorrow. You don't have to put yourself in a room with those people. There is no reason you should not be excited for the Super Bowl because of how you're going to watch the game. That's a joke. 888-808-1019. We welcome in Connor Green on the other side of the glass. And we'll get back to your calls now. 888-808-1019. Dave in Clifton. Dave, what's up?
How you doing, Sean?
What's up, Dave? How are you?
Thanks a lot, bro. Thanks for taking the call. Love the show, man. And
appreciate it, Dave.
Yeah, I was just, I know it's a daydream to think that the Giants are going to get Cam Ward, but that would be the way I would want to go. You know,
that would be my preference right now as well, although I am not anti-Shador like some. But yes, if I had to pick one right now, you're asking me to pick one, it's Cam Ward, but I don't think it's Cam Ward by a mile.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think he's going to get taken right away. He's good. He's real good.
He reminds me a lot, Dave. Dave, I watched a lot of Miami games this year, so I'm not just basing this on whatever YouTube highlights people are watching. And here's the irony, because I've been saying this since October, and I didn't know who was going to have the first overall pick. Cam Ward actually reminds me a lot of Steve McNair.
Yeah, he was actually pretty solid in Washington State in that championship game. He got actually robbed. There was roughing the passer on the other guy that actually wound up winning.
His physicality, his durability, trying to make something out of nothing. Maybe not as mobile as a McNair, but that's what he reminds me of.
My question to you would be, let's say the whole thing falls out of control. They can't get nothing as a quarterback.
Yeah.
And I was going to say as a project. I was just saying as a project. I was just saying the guy that I think that would be out there would say Jameis Winston under Daboll. What would you take under Daboll? Under Daboll, you don't think Daboll would be able to iron out his sloppiness that he has, and he's a good positive influence to the locker room. The guy.
So Dave, thank you.
That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. I tweeted about this. Okay, the Jameis Winston case for me is complicated, and I could go a number of different ways. So let's just start with this. The Giants, because they're picking third overall and not first or second overall, if they don't have a trade up, to me, the Giants' big answer as far as a veteran quarterback being Jameis Winston is an enormous gamble for this franchise to take. I see the positives of it, financially, all of that. But you cannot operate under the assumption you are for sure getting Cam Moore to Shedeur Sanders because you're picking third, not first or second. So if Jameis is your go-to signing in that spot, well, what if you strike out in the draft? That's your answer coming off everything is Jameis. You're rolling the dice with Jameis Winston. So right there, I would say, if you're signing Jameis, you better sign somebody else too. Whether that's a Russell Wilson, a Justin Fields, Kirk Cousins, something like that. All right? Aaron Rodgers even. Now, it's funny we forget Jameis Winston also settled out of court for like a sexual harassment case. Everybody goes back to the crab legs thing. He had some other demons too. And you're allowed to turn your life around for the better, and it seems like he has a positive attitude. But let's just remember in New York, there is going to be baggage there that will be dug up and brought up. And lastly, positive influence in the locker room. If Jameis Winston's a positive influence in the locker room, why isn't Kevin Stefanski and the Browns rushing to bring him back? Why did they go to Dorian Thompson-Robinson? Here's my thought on Jameis. He seems fun-loving now. We've seen the films all week. He kind of comes across, I got to be honest, as a bit of a tiring act to me. You know what some of you say about me on the Evan and Deke show Monday through Friday? Oh, God, this guy, is he again with this joke? That's how I feel about Jameis Winston. It just gets nauseating after a while. And I for one, would get tired of it. As a Giants fan, after he throws 3 picks and he's making jokes about, whatever is going to bless him after the game, I'll get tired of it real quick. So the long and short of it is, if we had the first or second overall pick, and I knew for a fact the Giants were getting one of those 2 quarterbacks, I would be more open to Jameis Winston. However, when I check all of those boxes and know there's a chance we also get stuck and that's the only answer, I'm not interested. James in Edison, New Jersey. James, what's up?
Hey, Sean, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, James. What do you got, man?
Nothing much, brother. Listen, first I want to start off and tell you how grateful I am for you, Tommy, Evan, Tiki, and even Carton when you guys were doing the show. How appreciative that we are for everything that you bring to us.
I appreciate that, James.
You've gotten us through a lot of hard days and a lot of long days on the road. But I wanted to...
That means a lot, James. Thank you, by the way. What do you got?
You're very welcome. You deserve it. I'm a Cowboy fan. I've been a Cowboy fan since '87. I've seen the worst of the days. I've seen a pre-dynasty, pretty much. But Eli is absolutely a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Of course.
He's always there in the clutch. And if I were to draft a team today, I would want Eli as my quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, and I've said this too. Anybody who was arguing against Eli, and I'm not even talking about the writers, I'm talking about, how social media can be a cesspool and callers into the fan. And this isn't just a Jet fan thing. I would even say this for Cowboy fans who had Tony Romo. If you gave everybody True Serum and Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, and I guess I would go Packers, Favre, Rodgers. Let's take those 3 franchises out of it. If you were to ask any of the other franchises from the years 2004 to 2017, would you want Eli Manning as your franchise quarterback? And they say no, they're lying.
100% right. 100%. I have a lot of, obviously I live in Jersey, so there's a lot of Giant fans around here, and there's a lot of Cowboy fans too, but I would love for him to be on my team today.
And boy, oh boy, by the way, has Eli's stock not only risen since he's been gone, when you look at the hell that we've been through here. That's the way I look at it. But thanks for the call, James. Enjoy Super Bowl Sunday. I mean, my God, I'd kill for 2006 Eli Manning right now in an 8-8 year. Are you kidding me? Kill for it. George in Red Bank. George, what's up?
Sean, how are you?
George, what's going on, man?
I'm one of those Philly guys that you met down at Bar A last year. Where there's some good ones out there. Okay.
Well, George, I want to make one thing clear. If you're a Philly guy, okay?
Go ahead.
I know plenty of people down there. Obviously, I have friends down there that are Eagle fans. My cousin is married to one. I don't think all Eagle fans are bad people. However, on Sundays, y'all can go F yourself. So what do you got?
I understand. Hey, you know what? First off, I want to apologize to you what happened at the Sixers game. A friend of mine who can't stand Philly had an incident happen to him, and he has the same feelings. I want to apologize to you for that.
You don't have to do that.
There's knuckleheads
everywhere, brother. Of course.
So you mentioned Eli. I'm one of those that I look at his record, 117 and 117, and I'll bring this up to you. When he played the Eagles, I know there's matchups and stuff that some guys and teams can't beat. The Eagles owned him.
He had a couple moments, but yes, I agree. But
against Philly.
Yeah, the Eagles have owned them for a long time. But look, as far as 117 and 117 goes, there's two sides to the coin here. 117 is also the 14th most wins of any quarterback in NFL history. So if we're just looking at the win side of that, that's a pretty damn good thing. Also, think about all the losses he had to endure the last 3 years of his career to even get it back to 500. And we could all agree, way more losses than wins those last 3 years. So he had already racked up the 14th most wins basically by then, or at least got close. Those teams were atrocious. They failed him. He wasn't mobile, O-line, all of that. And maybe he did hang on a year or two too long. Definitely a year too long. I wanted them to replace him in 17. So to me, all the reasons to knock Eli Manning and not put him in the Hall of Fame, I could hear a lot different reasons than he had a 500 record. I think that is not looking at the bigger picture or more, year by year picture, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm hoping Barkley can get the gift that keeps on giving from the Giants tomorrow. And one more.
George, I'm rooting like hell against it, but to me,
I know you are. I know you are.
I'm not expecting good news tomorrow.
One more question.
Yeah.
Who's going to end the New York drought of championships? What team?
If you ask me right now.
Yeah, right. I'm asking you.
St. John's.
So I knew you were going to go to the college basketball. I knew you were going to do that.
Hey, listen, they look like a Final Four team right now, George.
I knew you were going to go there. All right, brother. Nice work. I look forward to seeing you down at Bar A. I'll be in my Philly colors, of course. Either the Phillies or the Eagles, okay?
George, and listen,
brother.
Thank you. The reason I'd look forward to that more than anything gets me out of the winter. My God, if I had it. We got more snow coming tonight. By the way, everybody be safe. Don't try to be a hero tonight. If you got to drive around, Super Bowl Sunday tomorrow. Take your time in the morning. Shovel out. A lot of those places north. I'm on Long Island, but north of where I am, if you guys are in the Hudson Valley, Connecticut, you might get smashed up a little bit pretty good. Be safe out there. But boy, I've had it with winter. I had it. You know what I did today? Walking the dog this morning. I looked up, I said, February 8th. All right, that means 3 weeks from today, we're in March. I'm already playing March, and then 4 weeks from then, we're in April. That is how I am putting in, how much I hate winter, that I'm putting that into perspective. It's nonsensical. All right, Frank in Bayonne. Frank, what's up, man?
How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good, Frank. What do you got, man?
All right, so I'll go back to the incompetence with the Giants. I think it starts at least with Daniel Jones, number one, that year, give or take. You said it with Eli, maybe a year too long. I don't know. It's not starting Saquon, that's for sure. That's just
hold on. This is not Saquon's fault, but I'm going to defend this take. We all saw Eli's career starting to go down the hill. When you have the second overall pick and there's a zillion quarterbacks, if you're not going to take a quarterback at 2 and you have a million teams chomping at the bit, you cannot sit there and take a running back. You have to make a trade then. That's my issue. And again, it's not Saquon himself's fault, but it starts with that because all it took him was 1 year into Saquon's career to go, oh crap, we probably should have taken a quarterback. Now let's take one. And then it's Daniel Jones and then it spirals. So even if it means, hey, Saquon was good, why are you considering that the start of it? The actual selection of him and not understanding what the roster was by Dave Gettleman, that was a major issue that has started a spiral where the Giants still exist today.
100%, because even with the Daniel Jones pick, I felt like they reached way too soon on him. So, again, you go back to that, and then Saquon's first couple of years, it's not like they were amazing. They had tons of issues then, too. So,
of course,
it's been incompetent for a while. And
you know what they did? When they took Saquon, they went to the car dealership and bought a Ferrari when they couldn't even afford their mortgage. Okay, that's the equivalent of what the Giants did that day.
Correct. They got lucky. Don't get me wrong. He's a great player too, right? So it wasn't all bad. You got a lot of highlights and all those other things. And with Eli Manning, real quick, Sean, I think his name helps him, the family name, in the long run. No doubt. I think he should be in regardless. You know what I mean? He was clutch, all those good things. But I think the name propels him. And last but not least, let's go Devils, baby.
Good, nice win today, Frank. It was a nice win. 888-808-1019. Nice win. Only if you guys get squeezed out in the first round. Mike in Bayside. Mike, what's up, man? Mike dropped. Do we have Ron in New Jersey up? Ron, what do you got?
Yeah, you got me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ron. What do you got, man?
All right, yeah, so I was trying to tell you about Eli, why he won those 2 Super Bowls. And it's pretty easy when you look at it. Everybody forgets about how much New England was cheating and everything like that. If you remember, they got Junior Seau to come out of retirement. They had Brewski, who should have been on his deathbed, come back and play. If you're cheating, you can do that because you're not putting your guys in harm's way.
First of all, that was only I just want to make this clear. That was only the first Eli Super Bowl, not the second. But but this is important. This is important. This is very important because they played him during the year and almost beat him. Am I right or wrong? In 2007, the final week of the year. The final week of the year. That's Saturday night game.
Almost beat him. And they almost beat him. You want to know why? Because Belichick and Kaufman know each other, and Belichick has nothing but respect for Kaufman, and he was not going to not play that game clean. So they almost get beat. Okay. Now they go to the Super Bowl. What happens? They got to play it clean again, and they get beat.
So you think now? I just want to reel this all in. You believe that Eli Manning beat the Patriots, and it's easy to see why, because that is the games. Because Tom Coughlin's respect that was gotten out of Belichick, where Belichick decided, I'm going to stop cheating for these ones.
Well, my point is that other people would have beat them too if they weren't cheating. But
you think that Belichick put a pause on cheating because of Tom Coughlin? Is that what you're suggesting?
Oh, I know he wasn't going to cheat against Kaufman because Kaufman would have known better.
Look, I have no idea what other games. I have no idea what other games they cheated in, didn't cheat in. I'm not going to pretend to know if they cheated or didn't cheat in those games.
I just know he didn't.
All I know is this. Games. When Belichick looked for an edge, he looked for an edge, cheating or not. And
I don't give. He wasn't going to cheat. It was not going to cheat.
He didn't have respect for Eric Mangini. He was his own coach, and that was when he ran stuff against.
Well, okay. Let's go to my other thing was about the Eagles getting calls, and nobody's talking about it. It was driving up the wall. Now the Eagles, they played Green Bay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. First play out of the gate was the kickoff, right?
Okay, yeah.
Green Bay fumbles. Everybody, Green Bay fumble. Do you know what happened in that? They had to go and look at it and review. If it was such a clear fumble, why you go and review? They go back to the review and they make a big mistake. When they reviewed it, the ball went back in the guy's arms. He's laying flat on his back.
You're right, but they couldn't tell. You still have to have clean possession underneath. You can't tell. It's whoever gets the ball.
Complete possession. And
Ron, I hate the Eagles. Don't make me defend them. Thanks for the call, Ron. Thanks for the call. I mean, it's a nice little Saturday evening here, right? I mean, we're 24 hours away from the Super Bowl. And I know, look, I said, hey, anybody has any theories, Super Bowl, and I know I set up the phones for this. With all due respect to Ron, the idea that you're going to make me defend the Eagles with calls with that fumble recovery, I bet the Packers in the game. Come on. That every turnover gets reviewed, so that wasn't a shock. And the idea that you think that Bill Belichick cheated in every game except the Eli games because, quote, he had too much respect for Tom Coughlin. What? What are you talking about? You know what? There's takes, and then there's takes. And that's the beauty of WFAN, and that's why I love working here, and I grew up listening to it. Callers like Ron. 888-808-1019. We'll continue to take your calls. Plus, Donovan McNabb thinks he's better than Eli Manning now. It's Sean Morash on the Fan.
Touchdown, Kansas City!
The Eagles and Chiefs are Big Easy bound on the road to New Orleans.
60 yards on an opening punt.
Presented by Helix Wireless, connecting everything, everywhere. The New York State Tax Department Direct File Program. Bet 365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet 365. Powered by Verizon and The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Celebrate NBA All-Star Week at the Museum of African Diaspora in San Francisco. Explore the Love and Basketball exhibition and artist talk with artist and Soul Sister Johnson in conversation with curator Key Joe Lee on Thursday, February 13th at 6:30. And on Saturday, February 15th, join us for an exciting discussion on art collecting in the NBA with special guests Wilson Chandler, Gardy St. Fleur, and Carolyn Tyler. From powerful art to basketball culture, it's all happening at MOAD. Visit moadsf.org for more details.
Our hearts go out to everyone impacted by the devastating Los Angeles wildfires. In these challenging times, we've witnessed the incredible strength of Californians. Communities coming together, supporting one another, and standing strong. If you or someone you know is feeling overwhelmed, the California Peer Run Warm Line is here to help. Available 24/7, our trained peer counselors, individuals who faced and overcome life's toughest challenges, are ready to provide confidential emotional support. Call or text us anytime at 855-600-WARM. That's 855-600-9276. If you're in a suicide crisis, don't wait. Call or text 988 for immediate support. And for wildfire recovery resources, reach out to CalHOPE at 833-317-HOPE. That's 833-317-4673. Learn more about the California Peer Run Warm Line at mentalhealthsf.org/warm-line. The California Warm Line is made possible through the support of the California Department of Healthcare Services.
The only thing anybody's getting done the day after the big game is curing a hangover. At Carl's Jr., we've got what you need to cure that post-party bug. A free Carl's Jr. hangover burger. Yeah, free. Charbroiled and cheesy. Eggs, 4 strips of bacon, and dripping with sauce. A burger that gets you back in the game. Secure the cure. Get the Carl's Jr. app, join my rewards, and get the free Carl's Jr. hangover burger all day on February 10th. Limit 1 per My Rewards member only at participating restaurants on February 10th while supplies last. Visit carlsjr.com/freeburgerday for terms.
Oh, our attic is dusty.
Sweetie, it's our Zen den now.
Okay, let's chant. Yeah.
Oh, man, how did he miss that kick? Okay, how long have you been watching the game? Only since kickoff, so not that long if you think about it.
AT&T Fiber with All-Fi covers your whole house, even from your attic Zen den. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi and live like a gagillionaire.
Limited availability. Coverage may require AT&T Wi-Fi extenders at additional charge.
I'm not happy with the way PG&E handled the wildfires.
PG&E asked customers about their biggest concerns so we could address them one by one.
I totally understand.
Teresa, Regional Vice President, PG&E.
We're adding a ton of sensors. As soon as something comes in contact with the power line, it'll turn off so that there's not a risk that it's going to start a fire.
That's something I want to believe.
PG&E's safety work reduced wildfire risk by 90%. Hear what other customers have to say and what PG&E is doing about it at pge.com/open-lines.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Bella's Dog Walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees at your local San Jose Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hey football fans, it's Patrick Peterson, former 3-time All-Pro NFL cornerback, and now the new host of First and Pod, the podcast that breaks down every game, every week, with new episodes dropping every Monday and Friday mornings. Plus, I'll be highlighting key matchups for DBs around the league on Patrick's Corner. Be sure to subscribe to First and Pod on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thumbtack presents the ins and outs of caring for your home. Out, procrastination, putting it off, kicking the can down the road. In, plans and guides that make it easy to get home projects done. Out, carpet in the bathroom. Like, why? In, knowing what to do, when to do it, and who to hire. Start caring for your home with confidence. Download Thumbtack today.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Whether you're on the water, hitting the trails, or soaking up the sun, Shaded Precision Eyewear provides superior protection and clarity. Since life's too short to compromise on quality, visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use code PLAY20 to get 20% off your purchase.
Founded in 1964, Fremont Bank understands the difference 60 years can make. It's the difference between serving a family business and being dedicated to a family business as a family business. The difference between looking at spreadsheets and looking at possibilities. The difference between deposits that go into a vault and deposits that go back into your community. So what difference does 60 years make? All the difference in the world. Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Your official home to talk New York Knicks. Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Super Bowl Eve here on The Fan, and we're about 2 hours away from the Knicks and Celtics tonight at the Garden. Touch on that as well. Look, it's hard for me to call it a big game on February 8th. Yeah, it's the basketball regular season. The All-Star break's still to come. But it would be nice for the Knicks, although I don't expect them to tonight, send a little message because, once we get clear of the Super Bowl and kind of get into March and, we'll have some fun with St. John's, you really start thinking about the NBA playoffs. Like, really? The way the East is shaping up, for all the talk about the Knicks better get to a conference final before we even talk about the NBA finals, we are trending towards a 2-3 Knicks-Celtics potential second-round matchup. And I don't want to hear any excuses. Well, you couldn't expect the Knicks to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. They ran into the Celtics. Not with this offseason. I don't care who your matchup is. That would be a disappointing end to a season. Before we get back to your calls, 888-808-1019. Connor, I did something today. I have not done, it has to be 20 years. I'm 37 years old. Has to be at least. I, at a children's birthday party for a 7-year-old, by the way, played laser tag. Have you played laser tag recently, Connor?
I haven't played laser tag probably since summer camp, maybe when I was in 8th grade, even earlier than that, 6th grade.
I'm going to encourage everybody out there, whether you are married or whether you are dating, okay? And we've all been through this. Whether you are a guy, whether you're a female, that you're into football every weekend. Look, let's be honest. Life gets in the way constantly this last month with Saturday football games, Sunday football games. We're all watching the games. After football season, now we got Valentine's Day coming up next weekend. You're looking for something new to do, right? All right, how many times we got to go to the movies? All right, let's go bowling again. All right, it's drinks time. Let's go watch some live music. Man, was laser tag awesome. Why is this not more wildly popular with adults?
It's because people always think that it's just for kids, and then when you're an adult, you're supposed to do paintball, but paintball hurts, and then you can get injured. Dude. Laser tag is just as fun, and there's no safety risk.
So that we go in this thing, and again, I'm at a 7-year-old's birthday. I took my 2 daughters this afternoon. 7-year-old's birthday. It's their friend's birthday, okay? And my kids are 5 and 3. My 3-year-old played laser tag today. So they bring us all in. They explain the rules. They get the vest on, the laser gun, the whole thing. And they go, and, parents, and some of these kids are younger. If you want to go in and play, you can play too. So, of course, what did all the parents do? It wasn't 3 of us that went in. Like 9 of us went in. And we had the 2 teams. It was the blue team, the red team, whatever it was. I ran around. It was a 15-minute laser tag game. I had the most fun I've had probably in 15 years, dude. I mean, it was great. And the other dads, we were cracking up. We bonded. I turned to my wife after because she played the game. I go, this was awesome. Why are we not doing this more? So just a little, if you're looking for a little, hey, how do I figure out Valentine's Day? You don't want to go for the price fix somewhere. Price fee, whatever they call it. Laser tag, man. Forget the axe throwing. Laser tag should be back in. I'm calling for it. Connor, I think we do a little WFA and laser tag game, a little bonding. I think we can do good with it.
That'd be a lot of fun. We can maybe bring a couple beers, have a couple drinks. When you become an adult, there's never any activities that you do when you hang out. It's always just you have a couple drinks and talk.
Right.
And you sit here and How about you play a sport, or you do laser tag? It's still fun when you're an adult.
Awesome. It was awesome. I was hanging off the balcony, firing shot, ducking out of the way. It was great. Had a great. So that's just my little recommendation post-football of something fun I think you could do Valentine's Day. Make sure, because look, let's be honest, a lot of us have probably gambled way too much, eaten way too much, and drank way too much over the last 22 weeks of a football season. You want to say, hey, honey, I'm packing this marriage from now until September? I think laser tag's a good start. All right, back to your calls. 888-808-1019. And by the way, Bryce, if you're listening, you did not finish in first. I beat you. Chris in Monmouth County. Chris, what's up?
Yo, Sean, as always, thanks for taking the call.
Of course, Chris. What do you got, bro?
Couple things, but real quick, I did clear up the Archburger situation over the summer with the morning show. We're all set.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad
you recall
yes,
that,
of course.
Sean.
You
recall.
Yes, exactly.
All right, listen, a couple things real quick. I want to correlate Ben Simmons in a minute to Robert Saleh. But
God. I'm sure Robert Saleh loves that, but go on.
So anyway, I'm a Patriots fan. And the caller before sounds like a wonderful fan of sports. Out of his mind. We lost, okay? Heart-wrenching. I'm at 2 Super Bowl parties, and the second time around, when Manningham makes that catch, I'm like, this is happening again?
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allah.
The elements, this and that. He's a clutch guy. We could argue Hall of Fame and who's in, who's out for any sport, but I think that he is. So I will say this about tomorrow, and I'll make that other point. I don't see the Chiefs losing. I don't see Patrick Mahomes losing.
Don't say that.
I think you're right about like it's fun. I think it'll be an interesting game. I just don't see them losing. That's just me. Here's my Ben Simmons point. I want to tell me if you're interested in this. Robert Saleh was a horrible head coach.
Yep.
He just was a bad head coach. I'm not
great guy, great defensive coordinator,
good.
Not a good head coach.
And the reason why he was hired, and I say this all the time, is all those 49er games when he's defensive coordinator, he's big and buff, and he looks like intimidating, and every broadcast, he's the next head coach, and he got the job because of that. He stunk. Here's the deal. He went back to San Fran because that's the truth. He's not a head coach. That's the only place he could go. Ben Simmons, another hollow guy, he's floating to L.A. because that's the lifestyle he wants to live. That's where he wants to be. And he just wants to sit and he wants to basically just suck off of anybody else's talent. Same with Saleh.
Yeah.
Terrible. Sean, that's my point. Have a great Saturday, man.
Chris, you too, man. I don't disagree. God, it's so good to not have to talk about Ben Simmons anymore. Look at his stupid face on the bench anymore. Russell in West Islip. Russell, what's up, man?
Hello there. How are you, Sean?
I'm doing good, Russell. How are you?
So I heard you mention today on the show about Farrell's, and I don't know if you remember me, but you said, I won't talk to you if you can't name the best chicken place in West Islip.
I didn't remember that, but yeah, Farrell's my, up the block from me. I will be getting my wings there tomorrow. Already placed my order.
Yes, me too.
Nice.
So, I'm rooting for the Chiefs. There's no way I can root for the Eagles. I mean...
You're a Giant fan, right?
I'm a Giant and Jet fan. I know people hate that.
Listen to me. We need all the soldiers we need right now. We can't hate that if you hate the Eagles this weekend. I can't. We had that Lawrence in Oklahoma call, Evan and Tiki. I can't take the Giant fans who claim they got to root for the Eagles, and it makes no sense to me.
Well, I also wanted to say to you, I really appreciate you on the show. I don't know, what your relationships are with those guys and stuff.
We are all very, very close.
Okay, but they take it hard on you a lot, and sometimes I'm just wondering,
Russell, let me tell you something. It's all part of the business, baby. We gotta hold each other accountable, bust each other's chops. We are, take the show however you want. We appreciate you guys listening. Thanks for the call on Evan and Tiki. Treat us like Cheers without the beer. right? We're all characters within. We all deep down love it. We'd all be there for each other, taking, the shirts back. Tommy Lugauer's been one of my best friends for 15 years. Okay. Evan, I have grown to really dig my heels in. One of the first things he ever said to me when I took this position and left CBS Sports Radio to come third wheel it over there with Evan and Tiki was, hey, you're the giant Yankee fan. You got to push back on Evan. Make sure you give it. And I've loved doing that. And Evan respects it, and we go at each other with the sports. And Tiki plays the perfect, athlete in between. He's way smarter than the rest of us. So yeah, all of us, we are all extremely tight. We appreciate you guys listening Monday through Friday, 2 to 6:30 on the Fan. Keith on Long Island. Keith, what's up, man?
Hey, Sean, how's it going? Just quick points on the Eli Manning debate.
Yeah, what do you got?
If Plaxico doesn't have his incident, we could be talking about 3-time Super Bowl champ Eli Manning, because they beat Arizona on the road and Pittsburgh on the road in that season. And
great season
they would have played.
Keith, this is not the first time I've said this on WFA, and I'll say it again, and this just shows I'm not a homer. We will never know, because the Plaxico season obviously derailed everything when Dominic Hickson has to become your number one wide receiver. The only thing I will say is that, to me, became a very lazy crutch by a lot of people, when the truth is about that season, Osi Umenyiora got lost for the year versus the Jets in the preseason. Strahan had retired. Yep. The pass rush rotation that did the Giants in 2007 was down to just Justin Tuck and Matthias Kiwanuka, and they were out of gas in December. So could they beat the Eagles, got to an NFC Championship game and lost? Maybe. All I'm saying is I don't assume that simply Plaxico not shooting themselves, they win the Super Bowl. That pass rush, that they wore down by the end of the year.
Right, but they could be a better than not chance that they would have at least made another Super Bowl.
Right.
And the other point was in 2011 they had the 32nd ranked rushing team in the league, and
and the 24th ranked defense. So he was the only quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl with the league's worst ranked rushing attack and a bottom 10 defense in football. But again, everybody tells me, the defense won them championships. It's a joke.
Yeah, it is. Well, thanks a lot, Sean. Have a good night.
Thanks for the call, Keith. You too. All right, we'll continue to take your calls on the Eli thing, the Super Bowl, everything that comes with it. You want to get in on some Knicks Celtics as well. 888-808-1019. It's Sean Morash on the Fan.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Aaron Boone live in studio with us. Booney, thanks for coming in.
Hey, thanks for having me. I can't believe you guys got me in, but I'm so excited to be here. It's cool to see the studio, your little digs here. Fired up to be here.
Stream BT and Sal live or on demand with the Odyssey app, and podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Celebrate NBA All-Star Week at the Museum of African Diaspora in San Francisco. Explore the Love and Basketball exhibition and artist talk with artist and Soul Sister Johnson in conversation with curator Kijo Lee on Thursday, February 13th at 6:30. And on Saturday, February 15th, join us for an exciting discussion on art collecting in the NBA with special guests Wilson Chandler, Gardy St. Fleur, and Carolyn Tyler. From powerful art to basketball culture, it's all happening at MOAD. Visit moadsf.org for more details.
The only thing anybody's getting done the day after the big game is curing a hangover. At Carl's Jr., we've got what you need to cure that post-party bug. A free Carl's Jr. hangover burger. Yeah, free. Charbroiled and cheesy. Eggs, 4 strips of bacon, and dripping with sauce. A burger that gets you back in the game. Secure the cure. Get the Carl's Jr. app, join my rewards, and get the free Carl's Jr. hangover burger all day on February 10th. Limit 1 per My Rewards member only at participating restaurants on February 10th while supplies last. Visit carlsjr.com/freeburgerday for terms.
Oh, our attic is dusty.
Sweetie, it's our Zen den now.
Okay, let's chant. Yeah.
Oh, man, how did he miss that kick? Okay, how long have you been watching the game? Only since kickoff, so not that long if you think about it.
AT&T Fiber with All-Fi covers your whole house, even from your attic Zen-Den. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi and live like a gagillionaire.
Limited availability. Coverage may require AT&T Wi-Fi extenders at additional charge.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Bella's Dog Walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees at your local San Jose Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Thumbtack presents the ins and outs of caring for your home. Out. Indecision. Overthinking. Second guessing every choice you make. In. Plans and guides that make it easy to get home projects done. Out. Beige on beige on beige. In. Knowing what to do, when to do it, and who to hire. Start caring for your home with confidence. Download Thumbtack today.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Whether you're on the water, hitting the trails, or soaking up the sun, Shade & Precision Eyewear provides superior protection and clarity, since life's too short to compromise on quality. Visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use code PLAY20 to get 20% off your purchase.
Founded in 1964, Fremont Bank understands the difference 60 years can make. It's the difference between serving a family business and being dedicated to a family business as a family business. The difference between looking at spreadsheets and looking at possibilities. The difference between deposits that go into a vault and deposits that go back into your community. So what difference does 60 years make? All the difference in the world. Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
If you are looking to train for a career that makes a difference, then look to Carrington College. For over 50 years, Carrington College has been preparing students to make a difference with our healthcare-related programs, which means you'll get the right hands-on training and experience to prepare you for a job you can be proud of. With multiple campuses and classes taught by professionals in the field, you'll graduate with the confidence to step right into a career that changes lives and do it all faster and more affordably than you think. Go to carrington.edu or tap the banner to learn more. Visit carrington.edu/SCI for important information on program outcomes.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Your official home to talk New York Jets. Call us anytime at 888-808-1019. The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Sean Morash here on The Fan. A couple house cleaning things. I'm on here until 8 o'clock. Then Chris McMonagle will come your way. I was supposed to pay off something from Evan and Tiki at 6:20 p.m. It is now 6:47 p.m., so I'm 27 minutes late on this. Evan asked me a very important question as the show ended yesterday. Who do I actually love more, Eli Manning or Henrik Lundqvist, as a Ranger and Giant fan? So, without further ado, here's my answer. It's, of course... And that's why I have to go with him. All right, 888-808-1019. Connor Green with a fun tweet here. Connor Green, who for some reason has a number in his Twitter handle like he's a linebacker, Connor _51. He said, friendly reminder, 1.47 billion chicken wings will be consumed on Super Bowl Sunday. One day. Our chicken inventory and the supply chain management needed is something I can't wrap my head around. Connor, you've nailed it here. We eat wings all year round. Restaurants feature them all year round. And yet tomorrow, you heard that last caller, I'm getting 75 wings pumped into my house. 1.47 billion wings. That is an insane number to actually take your time and think about.
So if my math's right, that means then 2.94 billion chickens are used for one day of the calendar year. So you would think that you would go to the store.
Hold on. How does that make sense? If it's 1.47 billion wings, wouldn't you just divide that in half and that's how many chickens you need because you're clipping both wings?
I guess that's true. Okay, so it's actually less, but it's still it's almost a billion chickens, right, for one day.
Yeah.
So when you think about,
that doesn't think about all the wings all year round.
You would think that you would go to the store, there wouldn't be like chicken breast, there wouldn't be anything, but there'd be a shortage because of all the chickens you're using. You would think that the entire middle of the country would have to be just full of chickens. How mmany chickens are there ready at a moment's notice to be shipped off? I don't even understand it or can wrap my head around that.
I can't either, and it's so stupid to think about, but it's so true, right? Whatever. The circle of life deal. All for us fat pigs to sit there and watch the Chiefs and Eagles tomorrow and have, basically Thai chili glaze all over our hands. We got basically a billion chickens, ransacked and dead tomorrow. But I'm going to do it, and I'm going to enjoy it. But yeah, there was a famous clip for me on the previous stop I had, the DA show at CBS Sports Radio, where I got crushed on the internet because I genuinely thought, and I think it was around this time the Super Bowl, the number. You know how, is it crabs or lobsters grow their claws back? One of them does, whatever. This is where I got the theory from. In my mind, I legitimately thought that the way that chickens worked and the wings, that you would cut one of their wings off and it would regenerate and grow back. And people thought I was the biggest moron in the world. But the reason I thought that, I guess, is because that shellfish did. Number two, because of this reason, Connor. How could there be that many freaking chickens losing wings tomorrow?
Yeah, you can't really it's like, how people say the universe is infinitely large, and you can't really totally wrap your head around how big that really is. It's the same thing with the chickens, because not only are you have to also ship them all over the country. And there's, you go to any supermarket in America, for the most part, you're going to be able to get chicken wings. So imagine the supply chain of trying to get a billion, 1.4 billion chicken wings. So almost a billion chickens moved around the country to every single supermarket, to the point that no one at their Super Bowl party doesn't have chicken wings.
Well, unless you're Evan Roberts, because yesterday I did the top 5 foods you need at your Super Bowl party. And Tiki, too. Both of them. I hope you're not going to say wings is number one. What? What are you talking about? Wings on the Super Bowl is hot dogs on the 4th of July. You just have them. You always do. Evan was looking for pigs in a blanket as food number one. I didn't have, God bless pigs in a blanket. And they may make their way to a table by me. That's not a necessity on the Super Bowl the way the wings are. When you agree, Connor, you have to pick 5 things to eat on the Super Bowl. What do you eat?
You have to have, someone's got to order pizza for the most part, I feel like.
Yeah.
You have to
I respect that. I will not have pizza because I have a big, 3-foot hero, but go on.
And you have to have chicken wings, obviously.
Yep.
And then everything else is sort of like dealer's choice. Some people have nachos, some people do have pigs in a blanket, but
you gotta have some kind of dip though, right? Chips and dip of some sort, whether that's salsa, guac, French onion, taco, buffalo chicken, and name me a dip. It's gotta be on the table.
Yeah, you gotta have a dip, you gotta have some chips, and then, but it's kind of like Thanksgiving, you have to have the turkey, and then everything else is sort of ancillary. Super Bowl, you have to have chicken. Even if you don't even personally like chicken wings, you have to have chicken wings.
Of course,
you have to
be there. Those chickens ain't dying for nothing. 888-808-1019. Are you not having wings on the Super Bowl? Call us now. 888-808-1019. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Sal in Mayapack. Sal, what's up?
What's going on, brother?
How are you,
I just want to talk about it. I'm good, man. I'm away to go fight the snow, bro.
Oh, God. No, I'm not looking forward to it. But what do you got?
So here's the thing. You guys are all Giant fans, and your opinions may be a little bit biased. But when I think about people, when I hear about people saying, "Oh, Eli's a first ballot Hall of Famer," I strongly disagree, and I'm going to tell you why. When you think about a first ballot Hall of Famer, you think about the best of the best, right? Brady, Montana,
I agree.
LT. So, okay. Secondly, when you say Eli should be a Hall of Famer, if you look at his stats, I don't have it in front of me. How many times has the dude ever thrown over 30 touchdowns? twice.
Right? Yeah, I'd have to go back. Okay, but the long haul, he still finished 8th in touchdown passes all time.
Yeah, and he's up there in yardage and every other statistic.
Yeah.
You also got to remember, he played in an era where 4,000 yards passing was the equivalent of 3,000 yards passing 20 years ago. In other words, he kind of reminds me of Matt Ryan. Threw for a lot of yards, not a lot of touchdown passes.
By the way, I would put Matt Ryan in the Hall of Fame too, for the record.
I disagree with him as well, but okay, that's fine. But at least Matt Ryan won an MVP. When was Eli ever the best quarterback in the NFL?
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up, because that to me is
hold
the
on.
It's the strongest argument, though.
Okay, a top 3 and a top 4, a top 5 quarterback consistently year in and year out.
So this is where, and this is, I've always thought this way before Eli. There's obviously no perfect science to figuring out Hall of Fame debates, but here's what I will tell you. I think it's a sham to punish people for playing in a golden era at their position. So in other words, you're right. But if Eli played in the era Joe Namath played in, or dare I say when Troy Aikman was going to the Super Bowls, Eli might have won an MVP and been good enough. We will never, and I know we're feeling good now with Lamar and Mahomes and Allen. Peyton Manning and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers at their prime era, we will never replicate that again, ever.
Right, Drew
and
Brees,
to me, and here's a perfect example of where that's silly, right? Like, when was he ever that? Cam Newton won an MVP during that era. Would you rather have Cam Newton or Eli Manning?
Overall, I would probably say Eli Manning because of his longevity.
So that's why that argument's not perfect. Yeah, there have been one-off guys that he didn't have a season like Cam Newton had, but ultimately over the long haul, when you still get there, it wasn't like he just had these crap regular seasons. Eli Manning carried a lot of mediocre Giant rosters, and also, and I brought this up, this is true, all those other quarterbacks, Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison, Rob Gronkowski, Aaron Rodgers, obviously, I guess that's a tough one too. I'd have to go back and look. He's probably a good reason. But the Giants and Eli, he didn't play with a single Hall of Famer. Not a single one. And he managed to have the touchdown and yardage stats and the ultimate Iron Man and 14th all time in wins. So I'm with you, and thanks for the call. I can live with Eli not being first ballot. If that's just what we're going to do, right? First ballot is reserved for the greatest of the great. I personally think it's ridiculous because when you go to Canton, you go to the Hall of Fame. Who cares who's first ballot, second ballot? But all right, fine. What can happen going forward is, well, Eli can't be second ballot because in that year, Breeze was first ballot, and we can't have two quarterbacks overshadow. And then if he does miss out on second ballot, well, now we've already made Phillip Rivers wait. Like, this can't become a 4 or 5 year thing because now more quarterbacks become eligible in the next couple of years. That's where the non-first ballot will become ridiculous. And you watch, that is going to become an argument. So continue to take your calls, 888-808-1019. This Eli topic's hot. I want to play back some Donovan McNabb sound when we come back. He was on Radio Row this week and hear what he had to say, which kind of infuriated me after defending Donovan McNabb yesterday on the Evan and Tiki show as it relates to Eli. Plus, in the final hour of the show, the bets I like for Super Bowl Sunday, not just the side, as we discuss Eagles and Chiefs. And let's fire it up. What do you got planned? Big party? You somebody like me who just sticks to watching football? What are you doing Super Bowl Sunday? And is the Super Bowl a real football game for you? Or are you like Sal Licata, where that's the last real football Sunday of the year is Championship Sunday? I want to get all the Super Bowl vibes and all the Super Bowl feels on the phone. Final hour of the show. What are you eating? What is your wing sauce? Let's get everybody a feel. Let's have that Super Bowl flavor, baby. It's 888-808-1019. Sean Moraz, Super Bowl Eve on The Fan.
It's Odyssey's 5th annual Leading Ladies.
Starring Gwen Stefani,
Lainey Wilson,
plus Alessia Cara,
Cassie Ashton,
and Haven Madison.
Leading Ladies, presented by Olay Body, returns to the King's Theater in Brooklyn, Thursday, April 3rd.
Pre-sale happens this Thursday at 10 a.m. at Odyssey.com/Leading Ladies. Use code LADIES.
Guys ready? You can't miss Odyssey's intimate Leading Ladies with Gwen Stefani, Lainey Wilson, and Alessia Cara headlining a powerful night of performances and storytelling.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Celebrate NBA All-Star Week at the Museum of African Diaspora in San Francisco. Explore the Love and Basketball exhibition and artist talk with artist and Soul Sister Johnson in conversation with curator Kijo Lee on Thursday, February 13th at 6:30. And on Saturday, February 15th, join us for an exciting discussion on art collecting in the NBA with special guests Wilson Chandler, Gardy St. Fleur, and Carolyn Tyler. From powerful art to basketball culture, it's all happening at MOAD. Visit moadsf.org for more details.
The wildfires in Los Angeles have brought a lot of pain and fear to residents of Southern California. We also know that with tragedy, it is difficult to name the help you need in the moment. Here at the Warm Line, we are here for you, available 24 hours a day. It's okay not knowing what you need. We are here to listen, hold space, and provide the support you need, however that may look for you. Call us or text us anytime at 855-600-WARM. That's 855-600-9276. If you're in a suicide crisis, don't wait. Call or text 988 for immediate support. And for wildfire recovery resources, reach out to Cal Hope at 833-317-HOPE. That's 833-317-4673. Together, we'll rebuild, recover, and move forward. Learn more about the California Peer-Run Warm Line at mentalhealthsf.org/warm-line. The California Warm Line is made possible through the support of the California Department of Healthcare Services.
WFAN, WFAN-FM, WFAN-FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash. Good evening at 7 o'clock. I'm Erica Herskowitz. A couple of top teams in the Eastern Conference do battle at the Garden tonight. The third-place Knicks will be taking on the second-place Celtics. The Knicks looking for a third straight win. Boston looking to rebound from a 7-point home loss to Dallas this week. Tip-off set for just around 8:30. The Nets, they are idle tonight. Ben Simmons, though, reportedly set to sign with the Clippers after agreeing to a contract buyout with the Nets, which officially makes him a free agent. Hockey tonight, the Rangers and Blue Jackets just about to get underway in Columbus.